This is it, Slayer players. The time has come. The 18th and final episode. The grand finale of this whole series that took about 5 years to complete. The episode with the biggest, baddest bosses of them all. The Cyberdemon variants, with almost 40 variants to go over. They will all be shown and tested on the ultra-violence difficulty. The name, spawn code, average difficulty, spawn rate, maneuverability, item drops, and available soundtrack will be shown for each variant. Leave a comment for other details for certain variants if available. The link to the official YouTube videos that have the links to the official mod will be in the description. The link to this battlefield will also be in the description. Here we go, Slayer players.
You spoken months ago! I roasted! Finally! Are you ready? Let's get it!
First variant, the Annihilator, not the Cyberdemon. It is basically a Cyberdemon with 2 arm cannons instead of 1. It is the most common variant and spawns with 4,000 health. It has basic Cyberdemon movement, grounded with a medium walking speed. It has not 1, not 2, but 3 different attacks. In close range, it can fire dual volleys of grenades, at a distance, it can fire either a dual volley of straight rockets, or a dual volley of homing rockets. When you first encounter a Cyberdemon, you will usually have an arsenal of weapons on you, and this one is not a challenge. You can easily deal with it with some of the heavy shotguns. The only reason you would get hit by its rockets is either you are in a narrow space, or you stand still too much. It doesn't take much to dodge the homing rockets. You can either use your own rockets, a plasma weapon, or use sprite cover while using hit scan weapons, as it has no hit scan weapons of its own. But since it is still a boss, it will get at least the D neutral grade. It has some useful items like large healing orbs, rocket boxes, the grenade launcher, and the homing rocket launcher. Second variant, the Desolator. Shape of the Annihilator, but with jet black skin. It is a very common variant and spawns with 6,000 health. The movement is the same as the first variant, grounded at a medium speed. It is way more aggressive than the Annihilator by twice as much and has more attacks. It has more than just firing dual volleys of straight rockets. And dual volleys of spiraling homing rockets, which do more damage than regular rockets. But also dual volleys of round BFG shots. BFG 10k shots. Heavy railgun shots. And the dual BFG 9000 shots, which does have an after effect from the angle from the enemy itself. Those spiraling rockets are more aggressive than the ones from the Annihilator, and will be trickier to dodge, paired up with the fact that it has the BFG 10k shots, meaning you will always need to be strafe dodging. This also means that there is a higher risk getting behind sprite cover, not just because of the larger blast radius of the attacks, but also the hit scan from the after effect of the BFG 9000 shots that it fires. If you have an explosive minigun or a behemoth cannon or a mid-level plasma weapon, then those can be the best individual weapons for the Desolator. Heavy shotguns like the quad or hexa shotgun also work best in close range if you have solid cover right next to you. The Desolator gets the C- grade. The Desolator can drop large healing orbs, plasma packs and plasma boxes, the railgun, and the BFG 10K. Third variant, the Dark Cyberdemon. Shape of the original Cyberdemon with jet black skin and dark green details. It is a very common variant and spawns with 5,000 health. It has ground to medium movement speed and can occasionally shift its speed a bit faster while moving with a blur effect. It may fire at single barrages, but it is still dangerous. The rockets deal more damage than the Annihilators. Even the homing rockets deal more damage. It also fires volleys of round BFG shots, and it also has a heavy railgun. First Blood. It can also stomp to unleash a spread of ground-based area-damaging projectiles. Having higher health than the Annihilator means it is more durable, and using regular rockets will take a while. A full blast from the quad shotgun can chew at least 10% of its health away. And again, the biggest problem you have to dodge are those spiraling homing rockets, so you better have good dodging skills if you don't have cover or something to enhance your speed. If you have the pyro cannon and enough fuel, you can one-shot it. The Dark Cyberdemon gets the C neutral grade. It can drop large healing orbs, plasma boxes, and the BFG 10K. Fourth variant, the Dark Annihilator. It is a level up of the last one, 2 cannons instead of 1. It is a normally common spawn and starts with 5,500 health. Not only can it move on the ground at a mid-fast speed and shift faster at times, this time it can teleport at a mid-range distance. It has more attacks than the last one, firing dual straight rockets, firing dual homing rockets, a stomp that unleashes a wider spread of ground-based area-damaging projectiles that have a faster speed and some can home onto you. Dual BFG 9000 shots, BFG 10K shots, the Demon Tech BFG shots, dual heavy railgun shots, a dangerous long-range attack that it has is the dual Demon Tech railgun shots, which it can do also while doing a teleportation phase. It can also charge up an ultimate barrage, which includes the Demon Tech BFG shots, round BFG shots, and BFG 10K shots. Not get too close to this thing nor others at a higher level, unless if you are going to use heavy shotguns next to solid cover. But that will pose a risk, as it could teleport around that corner and blast you with the railguns or BFG attacks.
Blood.
It's best to just use the legendary weapons you collected and unload on it. Yeah, save those legendary tier weapons for enemies like this. If you don't have any runes, then do not move from solid cover because it may do combination attacks. you can still one-shot it with the pyro cannon. The Dark Annihilator gets the C+ difficulty grade. The Dark Annihilator can drop the following: large healing orbs, green armor, plasma packs and plasma boxes, demon tech packs and boxes, the railgun, the demon tech railgun, the BFG 9000, the BFG 10K, and the Invulnerability Sphere. Fifth variant, the Empowered Dark Cyberdemon. Similar appearance as the Dark Cyberdemon, but with an aqua-colored tint to it. It is an uncommon spawn and starts with 7,500 health. First blood. It moves on the ground at a mid-fast speed and can occasionally shift its speed to fast while having a blur effect. Since it's an empowered version of the Dark variant, the attacks do way more damage for each single shot. For the volley of straight rockets, the volley of homing rockets, empowered BFG 9000 shots, which have a homing ability, rapid round BFG shots, again which have a homing ability, and empowered heavy railgun shots, and since they are projectile based, they also have a homing ability. First blood. First blood. In an open area, even if you are far away, you will have a hard time avoiding taking damage, especially those curving heavy railgun shots. Don't use sprite cover unless if you want to get hit by the blast radius and the potential after effects of the empowered BFG shots. It is a bit less risky than the Dark Annihilator to use heavy shotguns near solid cover, since it cannot teleport to flank you. And yes, you can use legendary tier weapons to kill it. The empowered Dark Cyberdemon gets the C+ difficulty grade. It can drop large healing orbs, plasma boxes, the BFG 9000, and the Power Sphere. Sixth variant is the Cardinal, aka the Dark Cardinal. Floating flaming cyberdemon from the torso up with grey skin and red details. It is another common spawn and starts with 6,000 health. The Cardinal is the first flying variant, paired up with moving at a slow speed. Since it has a single arm cannon, it only fires single shots or volleys. Attacks like straight rockets, homing rockets, heavy railgun shots,
First blood.
BFG 10K shots, Demon Tech BFG shots, and when it takes damage, it can retaliate by summoning a bunch of sky fissures that drop meteor showers that last for a few seconds. Its attacks are way more avoidable compared to some of the previous, but still need tactics to avoid. BFG 10K shots are dangerous in an open area from afar because of how they have a short angle spread. Dangerous straight up close when it fires the Demon Tech BFG shot, since the shot itself shoots at you when you are in mid-range from it. And the Cardinal is dangerous in an open mid-range because of the homing rockets. It moves slowly, so peeking and shooting with shotguns and with solid cover is a good strategy. It also has no immunities to legendary tier weapons. The Cardinal gets the C neutral grade. It can drop large healing orbs, Demon Tech boxes, the Demon Tech BFG, and the Invulnerability Chalice. Seventh variant, the Cardihilator, which is a dumb name combination between Cardinal and Annihilator. double the fun of the previous variant, which is a similar shape of the Cardinal with 2 arm cannons instead of 1. It is an uncommon variant and starts with 6,500 health. Its movement is similar to the Cardinal, flying with slow movement and no teleportation. Twice the arm cannons, which means it can do twice the damage. It has a dual barrage of straight rockets, dual barrages of homing rockets, dual barrages of BFG 10K shots, twice the Demon Tech BFG shots, dual heavy railgun shots, and a 10 times more dangerous attack, charging up dual Demon Tech Devastator shots, which emit linear and high agility homing projectiles all over the place, which then the main shot releases a large explosion and a projectile spread upon impact. And again, when taking damage, it spawns sky fissures, which rain meteor showers. If you are up close, you can hear the familiar charging sound of the Devastator, and you will have to be close behind solid cover before it fires. And don't let it fire towards a long distance in an open area, or else you may get flooded with those homing Devastator projectiles. You will need some of the mid-range heavy weapons like the Demon Tech rifle or the explosive minigun. Good weapons to use from afar are either the homing weapons or the rail guns. If you have access to another room, then use it. Or just stay close behind a large solid cover, not thin solid cover, nor sprite cover, because those Devastator emissions can go around them easily. The only other dangerous attack you will get usually killed by are the homing rockets. The Cardihilator gets the C+ difficulty grade. It drops large healing orbs, Demon Tech boxes, the Demon Tech Devastator, and the Invulnerability Chalice. Eighth variant, the Phase Cyberdemon. Shape of the Cyberdemon with a purple and magenta appearance. It is a mild common spawn with 6,000 health. has ground-based movement and travels at a medium speed, occasionally shifting to a mid-fast speed, but also a second shift whenever it is faded to a partially invisible state, and moves fast while in that state. It has a trick up its sleeve, but first the usual attacks. It has barrages of straight rockets, barrages of homing rockets, barrages of round BFG shots, heavy railgun shots, it can also do multiple stomps in a row which unleash the spread of ground-based flame projectiles. And its special ability is summoning shadow clones of itself that last for a while, that nearly do the previous attacks that I've listed. The only advantage this thing has over the others is speed and cloaking. Again, the only attack you need to worry about is the homing rockets, or the heavy railgun if it has multiple shadow clones. The only weapons I recommend are the miniguns, Demon Tech Rifle, or maybe the Freezer Rifle to take it down while staying at a mid-range. The Phase Cyberdemon gets the C- grade. It doesn't drop any of the phase items, only the large healing orbs, plasma boxes, the railgun, and the BFG 10K. Variant 9 is the Clockwork Cyberdemon, technically an insanity variant. Shape of the Cyberdemon that is grey with minor red details. It is a mildly common spawn and starts with 5,500 health. It moves on the ground at a medium speed, which then can shift its speed to mid-fast with a blur effect. Insane variants usually have explosive weapon attacks, which is clear in this one. It has the explosive minigun, the explosive shotgun in close range, a volley of light devastator shots, which shoot thunder projectiles up close, heavy railgun shots, and high damaging lasers.
First blood.
That explosive shotgun will keep you from fighting it up close. It practically has attacks for any range, so you want to keep moving in an open area. Good thing it doesn't have any attacks that have homing projectiles. If you have a legendary weapon on you, then go ahead and use it. If not, then use your own explosive minigun, or BFG 10K or Demented rifle. Clockwork Cyberdemon gets the C- grade. It drops large healing orbs, plasma boxes, the railgun, and the BFG 10K. Number 10 is the Clockwork Annihilator, the second insane variant. Similar appearance as the last one with 2 cannons and more red details. Annihilators also have 2 mechanical legs instead of 1. It is an uncommon spawn and starts with 7,000 health. The movement is ground-based, blurry movement, medium speed. Like Serious Sam says, double the gun, double the fun. It has dual straight high explosive rockets that have a great blast radius and knockback, dual explosive miniguns, dual explosive shotguns, dual round BFG volleys, dual high damaging lasers, dual heavy railgun shots, and dual light devastator shots that also comes with a combo attack paired with the heavy lasers. If you like to die in video games, just stand still while facing this thing. As long as you keep moving and stay far enough, you will take at most minimum damage. One good strategy that you can use to your advantage is using good sprite cover while countering with hit scan weapons. Pair that up with a legendary machine gun or legendary assault shotgun, and you can take it down easily. But don't use the Nemesis shotgun with sprite cover because those are projectile based. If you don't have those, then use the mid-range weapons that I mentioned for the last. The regular assault shotgun is good for many of these starting variants, even though it takes a while. It is useful as a mid-range weapon than just a close range. The Clockwork Annihilator gets the C+ difficulty grade. It drops the same items as the Clockwork Cyberdemon: large healing orbs, plasma boxes, the railgun, and the BFG 10K. Number 11 is the Clockwork Cardinal, the third insane variant. Shape of the Cardinal with gray skin and red details. It also emits a fire sound. It is a rare spawn and starts with 8,000 health.
First blood.
It can fly at a medium fast speed. Its attacks are more dangerous than the previous two counterparts, as well as the original Cardinal. It has the explosive shotgun, the explosive minigun,
First blood.
a barrage of straight explosive rockets, a barrage of homing explosive rockets, which are not only faster, but have higher homing agility, high damaging lasers, heavy railgun shots,
First blood.
explosive railgun shots, BFG 9000 shots,
First blood.
BFG 10K shots, Demon Tech BFG shots, and Demon Tech Devastator shots.
First blood.
Since it can fly above you, those attacks have a much higher chance to kill you, especially since they are the explosive types. You are going to always have to stay far away from this one. The attacks that are most likely to kill you are the Devastator shots and the homing explosive rockets. Those rockets can literally circle around large columns. Railguns and the Demon Tech Rifle are the weapons I recommend to take this thing down, if not any of the legendary weapons. The Clockwork Cardinal gets the B- grade. And guess what it drops? The exact same items as the last 3 variants. Yes, I said 3. Number 12 is the Corrupt Annihilator. Shape of the Annihilator with gray skin with blue details. It is an uncommon spawn and starts with 5,500 health.
Blood.
It is a grounded variant, and it moves at a medium pace and can shift its speed to fast on occasion. Its attacks include dual rocket barrages, dual homing rocket barrages, and heavy homing frost rockets which can freeze and shatter you.
First blood.
dual barrages of round BFG shots, dual heavy rail guns, and a stomp that unleashes a bunch of blocking spikes that block your path, making you an easy target that you then have to quickly shoot down with weapons or wait for them to go down. It is more of a frost variant than it is a corrupt one. I do not recommend using the Demented rifle nor rockets, especially not the BFG 10K, because players can damage themselves with those weapons when those frost spikes spawn around you. You can, however, use the explosive minigun or the explosive shotgun to take both the spikes and the corrupt Annihilator down. Those weapons do not damage the player. The frost homing rockets are harder to dodge than the regular homing rockets. They are faster and have a higher agility. As for other ways of fighting the corrupt Annihilator, you can use legendary weapons to take it down quickly. Also, when it dies, it unleashes a bunch of blocking spikes around it. The corrupt Annihilator gets the C neutral grade. It doesn't drop the DBFG, as I said before, it is more of a frost variant. Instead, it drops the large healing orbs, rocket boxes, the freezer rifle, and the BFG 10K. Here's where the real bosses come in. Number 13 is the Hellfrost Cardihilator. Shape of the Cardihilator, which is a cardinal with 2 arm cannons, with gray skin and blue details, along with an idle flame sound. It is a rare spawn and starts at 7,000 health.
Prepare for the
This one is a flyer, moving at a medium speed, but can shift its speed to fast on occasion. The attacks do heavy damage, and a lot of them deal frost damage. It has dual barrages of straight rockets, dual barrages of homing rockets. It also shoots frost shards, similar to the freezer rifle. Heavy railgun shots. Demon Tech BFG shots, which their beams do no damage, but the blast radius of the main shot do deal damage.
Prepare for the cold.
The rapid DBFG shots, which are deadly, and dual heavy charged DBFG shots that have a longer range than the Devastator shots for the beams when they target you. It also has a lasting damaging after effect.
Prepare for the cold shoulder.
Dual Frost BFG blasts, which are like Devastator shots. They also emit frost spikes on impact.
Do you hear the frozen whisper of your fate? Do you hear the frozen whisper of your fate? Do you hear the frozen whisper of your fate? Frosty chill of your doom!
It can also summon minions like an army of cryo imps.
Prepare for the cold! Prepare for the
a bunch of cryo demons, which are Hell Knight variants.
Prepare for the
and the freezer behemoths. As I said, this is the part where practically the rest of the list is going to show the harder variants. You do not want to spend time messing around from here on in. Since it has Devastator type attacks and can fly, don't bother relying on sprite cover. If you are far away from it, you could use the BFG 10K, but still the best weapon to use for most bosses is the Demon Tech Railgun. Any railgun is good. Also, most of the variants from here on in are resistant to legendary weapons, so don't use them here. So stay far away if you don't want to get blasted by the Frost BFG. Keep moving so you don't get hit by the railguns. Save the explosive weapons for the minions, and use the Demon Tech weapons, especially the railgun, against the boss itself. You can also use the legendary weapons on the minions. Like the previous variant, it emits a bunch of frost spikes around it. The Hellfrost Cardihilator gets the B difficulty grade.
Feel the frosty chill of your doom.
This time it does drop D items. It can drop large healing orbs, the D cell and cell boxes, Demon Tech boxes, the Freezer Rifle, the DBFG, the Power Skull, the Invulnerability Chalice, the legendary Ultra Sphere, and the legendary Invulnerability Sphere. Number 14, the Corrupted Cardinal. Shape of the Cardinal with jet black skin and blue details with idle flaming sounds. It is a very rare spawn and starts with 8,000 health. It flies and usually moves at a medium pace, but can shift to fast at times with some quick strafing. It can also teleport at a mid-range distance. Since it is a corrupt version and has the D element on it, its attacks are evidently deadly. It has barrages of homing rockets, heavy railgun shots, rapid DBFG shots, the Demon Tech BFG shots, which have beams that seem to do no damage. The powerful charged heavy DBFG shot that has a lasting explosion. It can also deploy a shield before unleashing a laser vision stream. It can also scatter fireball-like projectiles from a 360-degree angle. You really need to either keep your distance or stay in another room where it cannot enter, otherwise you will get blasted away by the DBFG shots. When it charges its laser vision, the shield it has not only renders it invulnerable, but also reflects projectiles, so don't fire at it while it is deployed. Since it can fly, don't try to use sprite cover. Again, the only weapon I recommend to kill this thing is the Demon Tech Railgun if you have it. One thing to notice, when it reaches a certain point below 50% health, it will become invulnerable and phase out invisible for a while before it comes back. So don't let it flank you when it reappears. The Corrupt Cardinal gets the A+ difficulty grade. It can drop large healing orbs, the D-Cell and Cell boxes, the DBFG, the Invulnerability Chalice, and the Ultra Sphere. Number 15, the Death Lord. Appearance of a Grim Reaper creature with a red cloak and dark gray skin with 2 arm cannons and a gun on the chest center. It is an uncommon spawn and starts with 8,666 health. It may move on the ground at a basic medium pace, but don't let that movement catch you off guard. It is a tank. It is basically a pyro variant, due to its explosive and deadly demon tech attacks that can kill you quickly if you don't move. It has a rapid shotgun that is very effective at close range. A massive spread of explosive minigun shots that never stop until you either kill it or get out of its line of sight. Stunning it is practically not going to happen. It can also be considered the rapid explosive shotgun. A wide spread of rapid BFG 10K shots. A wide spread of rapid projectile-based Demon Tech shotgun shots. Volleys of the Hellstorm BFG shots that emit unpredictable and high-damaging projectiles that can home onto you, much like the projectiles from the Devastator. A rapid volley of hot rod shots, from Russian Overkill. They also deal lasting damage on point of impact if you get in contact with them. It also has the Pyro Cannon, which has a mid-range blast radius. Playing close quarters is practically a death sentence. Those hot rod shots are extremely fast, one of the fastest projectiles in the mod, so you need to stay extremely far away before hoping to dodge them. Good thing they don't have a wide spread, otherwise you would be dead. The other projectiles that can kill you easily are the volley of Hellstorm BFG shots, as they shoot those auto-homing Devastator shots that go everywhere, making them near impossible to avoid. Don't bother using any legendary weapons, nor the Pyro Cannon itself. It is resistant to them. If you use sprite cover while it is doing something like the explosive minigun, make sure to be far behind the sprite cover in case it uses the Pyro Cannon. That can easily take you out in one hit. You could use this strategy if it's using the high spread explosive minigun attack, then retaliate with the rail guns. Also, don't get too close after it dies because it emits damaging pools of lava that last for a moment. The Death Lord gets the A- difficulty grade. The Death Lord can drop a whole lot of different items. Large life orbs, Nemesis armor orbs, plasma boxes, Demon Tech boxes, gas packs, the Demon Tech shotgun, the rapid shotgun, the explosive rifle, the explosive minigun, the pyro cannon, the BFG 10K, the Power Skull, the Invulnerability Chalice, the Ultra Sphere, the Doom Sphere, the Nemesis Armor, the Nemesis Armor Sphere, and the Nemesis Sphere. Number 16, Demon Lord Arcradimus. We got a noble-shaped version here, with a set of some harder ones coming up. It has the similar texture set as the Asmodeus from the Barons, except with a gray and red pattern along with flaming hooves. It is a rare spawn, and starts with a 5-digit 15,000 health. It may walk around at a medium speed, but it can also sometimes shift to fast speed and can teleport, making it a very mobile tank. The movement paired up with the attacks make it not only fast, but also dangerous. Its attacks can even be thrown in combos. Here are the following attacks and abilities: a spread of fireballs, large cannonball projectiles, a large spread of ground trails of explosions, spreads of behemoth fireballs that can bounce off of surfaces and can also home onto its target, can also throw inferno fireballs that emit a splash of damaging heat waves on the ground for a while. It can also summon moving meteor showers. It can also charge up a massive nuclear explosive plasma bomb. It is also in an invulnerable state while charging the attack before it throws it. The nuclear plasma bomb moves slowly, so you better get behind solid cover or at the very least, be far enough from the blast. Then while it reaches below half health, it can summon a bunch of previous boss enemies as minions, such as the Cardinal and the Cerebral Sentient. Again, it does this when it goes to 25% to summon the Cerebral Cardinal. Remember how I called this a tank? I mean that in both sense of attacks and durability. And many of these from here on in not only have dangerous attacks, but also large, 5-digit amounts of health. You always need to keep your distance from all of these as well. Their attacks are heavy. For this one, the most likely attack to kill you is the wall-bouncing behemoth fireballs. As for the weapons, any of the mid-range weapons of the plasma category should do well against the Arcradimus, the repeater and the demon tech rifle in mid-range, and any of the railguns in long range. You would be able to have an easier time with the Arcradimus if you have a legendary rune equipped, which is usually the case when you first face this thing. It is immune to legendary weapons, but the minions it summons are not, so save the legendary ammo for those. Just remember to watch out for their attacks. They have the Demon Tech BFG attacks, which are dangerous. Hopefully you get some special items from the minions. You have plenty of time to get behind something when the Arcradimus fires the nuclear plasma bomb, so don't mess around. The Demon Lord Arcradimus gets the A+ difficulty grade. For a 5-digit boss, it doesn't drop much. Only the Pyro Cannon, Hellfire Ultra Sphere, and the legendary rune or random sphere. Here comes an annoying one, number 17, the Abyssal Satyr. It has the shape similar to a noble, but with an original satyr concept, only at a larger size and completely black with a purple glow to it. It is a rare spawn and starts with 7,666 health. Before I talk about the movement, Whenever the Abyssal Satyr becomes active, the entire map gets darker by a certain amount. How does it move? It is a ground boss unit that walks around at a mid-slow speed, but that doesn't mean it isn't dangerous. It can also occasionally teleport. Get ready to be annoyed by hoping in vain to avoid spell-accurate location-based attacks, as well as invulnerability states. It has a close-range melee attack, it can throw regular fireballs and a spread of them, it can also throw heavy cannonball shots, even a whole spread of them. It can throw high-agility homing abyssal projectiles that can bounce off of surfaces once and can directly hit your health and ignore your armor and dims your vision for a short moment. And sometimes the attacks have status elements, such as slowing you down for a moment, which is one of them. It also throws large smoke projectiles that can slip through you while dealing continuous damage when you are near them, some of which can bounce off of walls, or worse, clip through solid walls. It can even throw a spread of them. It can throw a volley of ground-based trails of spikes that have a homing ability. Sometimes when it takes damage, it unleashes a magic shield to emit explosions around it. The shield can also reflect your projectiles. The most annoying attacks are one of its 2 spike summoning spells, which directly target the player's location. It is in an invulnerable state while in the middle of summoning them. This is actually worse than the Archviles, because once they begin casting the spell, it won't stop, and running out of line of sight from the Abyssal Satyr will mostly do no good, as it can still hit once the spell has begun. The most common is a single Abyssal Spike rising from the ground, and then firing a barrage of projectiles everywhere that can bounce off of surfaces a few times. Which one of the barrages fires homing projectiles at the player. The second one is summoning a bunch of normal, dark, damaging spikes around the player. Both this attack and the previous are hard to avoid. It also has minions, both of which are flyers. It can summon Abyssal Imps, which I already talked about in my Imps episode. And it can summon exclusive flyer minions called Advisors, which have 250 health each, and fly all over the place, and fire projectiles that home in and bounce off of surfaces at least once. It is practically impossible to dodge and avoid the projectiles in an open area, especially those armor-ignoring dark shots. If you try running into another room, watch out for the summoning spikes. The Abyssal Satyr itself is immune to legendary weapons, but not what it summons minus the spikes that don't shoot projectiles. One strategy that you can do is when it summons those single dark spikes, you can immediately shoot them down right after they are summoned before they start firing the projectiles. That spike summoning state is usually spammed when you are far away. So the best weapon you have to use once again is the Demon Tech Railgun from long range, and the Plasma Repeater in close range. Other enemies allow you to stay still behind solid cover, but the Abyssal Satyr does not, which makes it a brilliant enemy and forces you to always run when it sees you. Those abyssal projectiles can bounce off of walls, so don't try to stand still behind cover. You should also at least have one legendary rune on you to spend less time dealing with this annoying beast, as well as most of the explosive weapons. The Abyssal Satyr gets the AAA+ grade. Hopefully you get the best drop from this. It drops large life orbs, Nemesis armor shards, the Nemesis armor sphere, not to be confused with Nemesis armor, and it also drops the Nemesis ultra sphere. It also drops the invulnerability chalice, the power skull, the regeneration ring, the orb of deep fears, and the abyssal slave orb, which summons advisors to fight for you. Number 18, the Archon Lord. Another giant noble with a similar appearance of an Archon with a black skin and magma pattern and dragon wings on the back. It is another rare spawn and starts at 15,000 health. Man, this thing moves like crazy during combat. It may be grounded and walk at a medium speed by default, but it can also shift its speed to fast, quick strafe, teleport at a good range, and during attacks, it can jump at a high, very fast, and far distance. Trying to keep track of all of these attacks from each of these monsters and writing down each one is why this episode is taking me so long. For this one, it has spreads of fireballs, It can throw a row of behemoth fireballs that can redirect themselves towards the player when they come close. A spread of cannonball shots. A ground-based multi-fire trail. A spread of large explosive solar fireballs. It can also summon sky fissures of meteor showers. It can also deploy a fire shield while throwing a 360 spread of fireballs, some of which can home into the player when they are close. It can even summon a bunch of moving damaging flames that can last for a minute. And the most annoying thing it can do, which enhances its movement, is charging its target by jumping. It can even throw projectiles while it is doing it, but the main attack it does after it jumps is use a powerful stomp shockwave, which it does when it lands or even before landing. It also summons minions such as the Pyro Demon and the Hellfire Baron, which I have talked about in previous videos. If you are in an open area with it, and you are a bit close to it, be prepared to run directly under it if it does the jump. Because of that jump, you do not want to be in a range where it can directly land on you. That mid-range will be asking to get stomped by it. If you can shoot it from an enclosed area with a small access point, then use that. That shield of auto-homing fireballs is annoying. For some reason, they also go after its own minions that it summons, but then again, if that doesn't happen, just use a Devastator type of weapon to deal with them, which are the large BFGs that shoot projectiles that emit tracing lasers or beams. Again, the minions do not have immunities to legendary weapons, so the legendary BFG 10K's alt fire can work like a charm. As for the Archon boss itself, use the railguns, especially the Demon Tech variant. The Archon Lord gets the A+ difficulty grade. You would be lucky to get the last item here. It can drop the Pyro Cannon, the Hellfire Ultra Sphere, the legendary Invulnerability Sphere, and one of the rarest items, the Terminator Sphere. Number 19, Xar'ath, Lord of Insanity. Yes, the Patriarch of the Insanity variants, in contrast to the Matriarch of the Insanity variants, the Wraith Queen. Another large noble with similar legs to the Archon, except it has a jet black skin with red details and upwards horns similar to the Damned. It is a very rare spawn and starts at another 15,000 health. Movement-wise, it has nothing on the Archon Lord. Just medium ground speed with teleportation. Like the Archon Lord, it has many attacks. It has a close-range scratch attack. It can throw spreads of fireballs. Cannonball shots. Volleys of heavy fireballs that can also home in and bounce off of walls. Spreads of ground-based projectiles, including some that home in. Light Devastator projectiles that shoot lightning from the sides during flight. A massive lightning plasma ball. A plasma pod that emits a bunch of raged plasmatic balls which barely do anything because they phase right through you. It can also throw a volley of moving lightning beams that could bounce off of walls and last for a moment. It can even throw a homing volley of them. It also has an Archvile-esque hit scan spell attack. It can summon moving meteor showers. And rarely, it can throw a nuclear plasma bomb. It also summons minions whenever its health gets to a certain point. When it gets below 50%, it first summons Insanity Knights, which is from the Hell Knight variants. Then when it reaches below 25%, it summons a couple of Insanity Cyber Nobles, which are Baron variants. Don't battle this thing in close range unless if you want to get blown up or scratched. It is not usually in a defensive state when doing anything besides teleporting. Also, don't use any behemoth weapons as they don't damage this thing, as well as the majority of monsters on this list. Besides those and the legendary weapons, it is not immune to everything else. Save the legendary weapons for the minions to take care of them quickly. The attack you have to worry about is anything with homing abilities, besides the plasmatic shots, the seeking lightning strikes, and the homing surface bouncing behemoth fireballs. The only other challenge about this thing is the health, making it a massive bullet sponge. This variant would be higher on the list had it not have an attack that has a glitch on it. It is also not as hard as the Insanity Wraith Queen, so it gets the A neutral difficulty grade. It doesn't drop much, unfortunately, just the Pyro Cannon and the Hellfire Ultrasphere. This one is tough. Number 20, Corruption. Strangely, it looks like it has no resemblance to any of the Corrupt variants. It has multiple different cosmetic appearances, but physical shape it is another large noble variant that has upwards horns with dragon wings and Archon legs, with the default skin being jet black with bright white details emitting white smoke. It is a very rare spawn, and is the 4th variant to have 15,000 health. It is a ground-based enemy, but a very fast one. Quick strafing, and a good range of teleportation. Also, sometimes before it does one of its attacks, it can teleport right next to you. The Corruption is one of the most deadly and most annoying variants in the whole mod. It also changes its appearance depending on what attacks it uses. In short range, it has an explosive shotgun attack and a rapid melee attack. It can also throw rapid spreads of fireballs, a spread of dark projectiles, and a spread of dark heavy projectiles. A volley of spike balls that emit spikes on many directions on point of impact. A spread of corruption fireballs. A volley of high-velocity, heavy ice projectiles that have a blast radius. A spread of ground-based trails of ice spikes. Summoning ice spikes to trap the player. Throwing high agility homing spike pods that do high damage and emit a spread of ice spike projectiles on point of impact. Volleys of homing / redirecting behemoth fireballs. A spread of cluster fireballs that emit multiple bouncing fireballs. A spread of ground-based trails of explosions. summoning sky fissures of meteor showers. Nuclear explosive fireballs. A spread of rapid-fire, fast-moving phase projectiles. A volley spread of dark matter shots. It can also summon minions known as the Corruption Servants, which are Baron variants. And its most annoying attack is a melee, but not just a melee. It is that it teleports right up close point blank before hitting. Yes, this thing is going to be an S-tier demon. This thing is extremely annoying in an open area. You have to always be far away or in a different room while shooting through an open window. I do not recommend encountering this thing without any runes. I also do not recommend getting close because of how heavy the attacks are. However, in most cases, I recommend using explosive type weapons like the explosive minigun, explosive shotguns, or the explosive railgun because in case if you are ever ensnared by the ice spikes, you can use those weapons. The attacks likely to kill you the most are either the ice cluster bombs or any of its projectile spread attacks after it does the point blank teleport flank. Also, watch out if it dies, because during its death animation, it emits a large nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosion. The corruption gets the S neutral difficulty grade. Despite being one of the hardest variants in the mod, it is disappointing with the amount of stuff that it drops. Only 3 to 4 different items. The Hellfire Ultra Sphere, the Pyro Cannon, and the Legendary Rune or Random Sphere. Number 21, the Heresiarch. You've seen the shape of this one before, as the Hierophant from the Archvile variants. The appearance for this one, it is larger and brighter with a pearlescent tint, as well as the color of the name's text. Floating torso and up with a red glow to it. It is one of the most rare spawns and starts at 16,666 health. The moment this thing becomes active, the background changes. So how does it move? It can fly, that's for sure, but it moves at a slow speed, but can also occasionally phase out to move faster before reappearing. You can slightly see the light of its location while it is phased out, and it can also teleport. It can throw the volley of red homing / redirecting surface bouncing behemoth fireballs. It can also throw a spread of dark matter projectiles, some of which can slightly home in. A spread of ground-based projectiles? You remember that legendary Tormentor attack that charges up before unleashing a Kamehameha wave attack? Well, it has that too. And its most powerful attack is what I call the Nemesis Blast, not to be confused with the Nemesis enemies or items. It is a magenta super devastator attack that is extremely deadly, that fires projectiles all over the place, and has the most deadly beam during flight before it does the most dangerous explosion on impact. Then when it reaches below 30% health, it summons a couple of pods next to itself to fire lasers at you when you are at least a moderate range from it. If you see that ultimate attack, immediately get behind solid cover and do not even think about taking a peek at it while it is active, nor while it explodes. That can kill you at a great distance. Same for the Kamehameha Wave attack. Just stay far away from it while using rail guns. Keep moving if it decides to phase out to get close. Those red and dark matter shots can get you good if you are close to it. Always retreat if you take too much damage. Then when it summons the pods, always stay far away. Don't use any shotguns. The only reason you need to use any legendary rune is if you want to get the fight over with faster. The Heresiarch gets the AAA- difficulty grade. It has some of the rarest items, and you would be lucky if it drops them. It has large life orbs, Nemesis armor orbs, the Power Skull and Invulnerability Chalice, the Ghoul's Kakuho, the Ultra Sphere, the Shadow Slave Orb, the Nemesis Armor Sphere, and the two rarest items are the Nemesis Omega Sphere and the most powerful weapon, the Nemesis. Number 22, Moloch. It takes the appearance of the Duke Nukem boss enemy known as the Cycloid Incinerator. It is a rare spawn and starts at 9,666 health. It walks on the ground at a medium speed. It can also slightly strafe while attacking. Then when it reaches half health, it goes into a rage state which increases its walking speed slightly. Here are the attacks. It has a melee attack,
First blood.
rapid fire behemoth cannon shots, rapid fire explosive rifle shots,
First blood.
volleys of homing napalm rockets that emit damaging flames on impact, rapid spread of round BFG shots, Hellfire missiles that emit mini homing rockets close to the target. This becomes clearer when it reaches its aggressive state. High damaging plasma shots that can home in and pierce through your armor. A spread of ground trails of fire. A field of red ground beams before unleashing a rain of rockets that also emit damaging flames. BFG 2000 shots, aka the Disco BFG shots, that emit a bunch of wall-bouncing plasma balls that can also emit damaging tracer beams. And lastly, it can fire a nuclear rocket. As I've said, it goes into the aggressive state when it reaches below 50% health, and will attack you whenever it can when it gets to that level, even charging attacks while in invulnerability states. Don't bother trying to get into close quarters with the Moloch unless if you want to get blasted by the Disco BFG's plasma confetti or get incinerated by the rapid-fire explosive rifle. Also, when you kill it, get behind solid cover quickly before it does a nuclear explosion. The Moloch gets the AA+ difficulty grade. It can drop the following: large life orbs, Nemesis armor shards, gasoline packs, proximity mines, demon tech boxes, the explosive rifle, the proximity launcher, the EFG 9000, the BFG 2K aka Disco BFG, the Ultra Sphere, the Doom Sphere, Nemesis Armor Sphere, and the Nemesis Sphere. Number 23, the Exos. It looks like a light brown bipedal mech with an arm blade, arm cannon, and shoulder missiles. It is an uncommon spawn and starts with 4,000 health. The Exos walks at a slow speed and also occasionally teleports at a mid-range. The attacks of the Exos have a heavy emphasis on explosive strikes and missiles, and some of the most annoying missiles too. It also has no melee attacks, so that arm blade doesn't do anything. It has an improved minigun, which is also a hit scan attack, and hits hard, especially with the higher than normal fire rate. It has regular rockets, dual barrages of mini rockets, both linear and homing, firing dual volleys of napalm rockets, which emit damaging flames. Same goes for the homing rockets. And one of the more annoying attacks for the Exos are the beeping pod rockets that emit hard-hitting micro-missiles that home onto you the moment the rocket pods get close. They also emit damaging flames. It also has a minion which is only summoned automatically while inactive. Those little eyeball drones called Beholders that fly around with 100 health, they act as eyes for the Exos, so if they see you, it will alert the Exos automatically. They don't have any attacks, so once it sees you, it just goes, "I'm done," and disappears. Because of that improved minigun, don't bother trying to use sprite cover. That improved minigun can pierce through it and drain your health and armor quickly, especially up close. Sprite cover may protect against everything else, but it is not recommended. You always want to be in an area with plenty of heavy solid cover and enough room to be able to dodge the missiles of the rocket pods when they are near your position when in line of sight. If you want to take down the Exos, using projectile-based weapons is risky. As I said before, don't waste ammo with the behemoth cannons. And also don't use the plasma repeater either, and just use the rail guns as they can do a good amount of damage per shot. And since the Exos doesn't have that many invulnerability states, you can take it down with more ease compared to more of the rest of the harder variants. The Exos gets the A neutral grade. It may be low on the high-ranking enemies, but it has a bunch of useful drops. It has rank 1 healing pickups, large Nemesis orbs, Nemesis armor shards, the Rage syringe, ammo satchels, landmines and spring mines, bullets and bullet boxes, rockets, demon tech boxes, the improved minigun, portable medical cells, the power skull and invulnerability chalice, and the Nemesis armor. Now to show the Terminators. There's 4 of them. Number 24, the Terminator Prototype, aka the Proto-Terminator. Shape of the DooM sprite for the Terminator, a cybernetic noble but with grey armor. It is an uncommon spawn and starts at 8,000 health. It walks on the ground at a slow speed, but it can also teleport. For the attacks, it can do the following: an explosive minigun, a single barrage of BFG 10K shots, a barrage of heavy railgun shots, a short barrage of heavy plasma explosive shots, a BFG 9000 shot, Firing a Demon Tech BFG shot. Charging up a Demon Tech Devastator shot. And on death, it unleashes a nuclear explosion. It may be a prototype, aka the weak version, but that doesn't mean it does not hit hard. It can be dangerous in a place without solid cover. Yeah, using even sprite cover is risky because of those single BFG tier attacks, and the final explosion it does. Shotguns in close range are also risky since it can do a teleport and flank you up close with it. It is best to stay at a range, very far when it does the explosion, and using plasma weapons like the railgun. Surprisingly, it is not immune to legendary weapons, nor the pyro cannon. So if you have those weapons and you see the Proto Terminator, go ahead and unload. Just always make sure you are behind solid cover near this thing the moment you kill it. The Proto Terminator gets the A neutral difficulty grade. When it dies, it can drop the following: large healing orbs, Demon Tech boxes, the explosive minigun, the BFG 10K, the Demon Tech Devastator, and the Ultra Sphere. Number 25, the Terminator, the second Terminator on the list. It uses the default design of the DooM Terminator with red skin and silver armor. It is a rare spawn, and while it may spawn with 8,000 health, depending on how much you start out with, it may begin with 10 or even 12,000 health when it becomes active. For this footage, the Terminator starts at 10,000 health. It moves on the ground shifting between medium and fast speed, and it can also rapidly teleport around. Like I said, whenever it becomes active, it doesn't just increase in health, but it also unleashes a shockwave when it does, which can damage the player similar to a BFG effect. It also has plenty of attacks, and one thing about Terminators is that they can even fire these attacks even if you are completely out of line of sight. It has the explosive miniguns, heavy explosive plasma shots, spread of BFG 9000 shots. A rapid barrage of BFG 10K shots. A rapid angle barrage spread of heavy railgun shots. Firing a spread of Demon Tech BFG shots. And charging up a spread of Demon Tech Devastator shots while holding an invulnerability state. It can even hold a reflect state while doing some of these attacks. Since it mostly holds a reflect state whenever it attacks most of the time, it is best to use hit scan or rail weapons. Primarily use the Demon Tech railgun. If you see this thing firing the heavy railgun or the BFG 10K shots, get behind sprite cover if you can, and use the recommended weapons. The most important thing you have to focus on is timing your attacks because of how quickly it may fire one of its weapons. Again, you don't have to be seen for it to attack. Just hope that it doesn't charge the Devastator attack, otherwise make your way to a safe room while it charges the attack before it fires. For other attacks, it is best to stay far away just in case it uses the heavy railgun attack, so while it fires anything else, just blast it with the Demon Tech railgun. However, there is one trick strategy that I found out recently. It is a slight gotcha against the Terminator. Notice how it uses the railgun cannon on its right arm and the attack is offset to its right? While it is engaging the railgun, you could peek against it on the other side and take your railgun shots on it there to hit its left side. Other than that, the safest attack you could encounter is when it does the BFG 10K attack, as long as you are far enough. Those BFG 10K projectiles aren't as fast as some from the other variants. It also helps real well if you have some of the runes. You would want to prepare to do some of the same strategies for the following two variants that will come up soon. The Terminator gets the S- difficulty grade. has some of the best drops. Weapons include the rapid shotgun, the explosive minigun, the homing rocket launcher, the BFG 10K, the Demon Tech Devastator, the pyro cannon. Other drops include the Hellfire Ultra Sphere, Legendary Rune or Random Sphere, the Armageddon Sphere, the BFG upgrade, and the rarest drop is the Terminator Sphere. Number 26, the Demented Terminator, 3 out of the 4. This one has a similar shape except just with a floating torso and up while emitting flames. It also has a jet black appearance. It is a very rare spawn, and while it may start at 10,000 health, it can raise its health up to 15,000. Unlike other Terminators, this one can fly, shifting between medium and fast speed, quick strafing, and it can also teleport. Remember, it deploys a shockwave close to it whenever it becomes active, but usually you are already far away from it when it does. It also carries most of what the previous variant had, including the rapid explosive minigun attack, it also rarely does a rapid heavy shotgun attack, a rapid BFG 10K attack, a volley of heavy explosive plasma shots, a rapid heavy railgun attack, a pyro cannon attack, a massive spread of BFG 9000 shots, a spread of Demon Tech BFG shots, and charging a spread of Demon Tech Devastator shots. If you don't have any of the runes, you are going to be much more vulnerable and take longer to destroy the Demented Terminator. Same goes for the previous, but worse for this one. However, unlike the previous Terminator, it doesn't attack autonomously behind walls, which could be a balance for the flying, as it is already hard enough being an attack-dishing tank. As for the weapons, what else besides the railgun, especially the Demon Tech one? Just always rely on thick solid cover and go into another room to find healing items. If you can shoot it from the other room, then take the shots, and hide whenever it starts to attack. Oh, and also once again, get behind something solid after you kill it, or else. The Demented Terminator gets the S+ grade. It drops the exact same items as the previous Terminator: the rapid shotgun, explosive minigun, homing rocket launcher, BFG 10K, Demon Tech Devastator, pyro cannon, Hellfire Ultra Sphere, a legendary Rune random sphere, the BFG upgrade, the Armageddon sphere, and the rarest of the items, the Terminator sphere. Oh boy, here's the hardest Terminator. Number 27, the legendary Terminator. Shape of the original Terminator sprite, but with silver and gold armor, with a gold foggy aura, and a gold light. It is one of the most rare spawns, and starts at 20,000 health. The legendary Terminator will teleport all over the place on the ground while moving at a medium or fast speed. This thing will not hesitate to fire whenever it wants when it sees you, even auto-attacking when behind solid walls. It has a legendary shotgun attack in close range,
First blood. First blood.
A legendary explosive minigun.
First blood.
A volley of heavy explosive plasma shots, which can also pierce through your armor. A rapid legendary heavy railgun. A rapid legendary BFG 10K.
First blood.
A spread of BFG 9000 shots and linear empowered BFG 9000 shots. A spread of legendary Demented BFG shots. And a spread of legendary Demon Tech Devastator shots. It has a 360 vision, so it doesn't matter if you are behind it. It can still see you once you are not behind anything. This thing is virtually unstoppable. Like the original Terminator, it will spam attacks without getting in line of sight, especially the heavy railgun attack while holding a reflection state. Practically the most you can do is hope that it is in another room where it cannot access your location, or look for sprite cover and blast the Dementech railgun while it's using the heavy railgun attack. This could also work if you are in a higher elevation with a wall high enough for you to shoot through it, and for the shots to stop since its railgun attack doesn't have a vertical randomization when aimed. Other than that, you just have to time your shots right, and you are going to spend a lot of time if you are unlucky enough to encounter this thing before getting a legendary rune. But don't get close to open doorways that the legendary Terminator can shoot around. And don't get your back too close to a corner, or else those faster, legendary BFG 10k shots will get you good. Again, since it spams the reflection state, don't bother using any projectile-based weapons. Just hit scan and railguns, as long as they are non-legendary weapons. Usually when you see it in an invulnerable state, it is about to fire the spread devastator shots, and that's going to be your usual cue to run for cover. The legendary Terminator gets the double S- difficulty grade. This time the drops are different from the last two, and since it is a legendary variant, it has legendary items. Weapons include the legendary assault shotgun, legendary coach gun, legendary machine gun, legendary plasmatic cannon and plasmatic rifle, legendary BFG and 10k, the black hole generator. As for the other items, the Armageddon Sphere, True Legendary Ultra Sphere, a Legendary Rune or Random Sphere, and the two best items are the Terminator Sphere and the True Legendary Rune. And now number 28, Plamexis, the first of the three Cyberdemon, quote, weeb Toho variants. A full 360 sprite, blonde girl with yellow wings and details, with a blue cape and a right leg that has a lava rock on it. She is an uncommon spawn and starts with 8,000 health. All of the Toho variants can fly, but they have significant differences. Plamexis flies at a slow speed and does not teleport, making her an easy target. She may be slow, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't dodge the attacks. The most frequent attack is a large 360 volley spread of large plasma balls. The second attack is firing 3 beams in a row, which the beams themselves have a blast radius as it travels through you, similar to an explosive railgun. It can also alert your screen for one of 3 attacks: a pyro cannon, summoning sky fissures that throw bombs that emit sky beams, and the ultimate attack is charging up a nuclear plasma ball. If you have just one large column of solid cover and good mid-tier weapons, then there is no super careful strategy to take this bullet sponge down. Hexa shotguns in close range next to solid walls, or run somewhere else or get behind something if she charges the nuke, and railgun from far away. Don't use any legendary weapons, she has resistances to them. Plamexis gets the C neutral grade. She can drop the following: large healing orbs, gasoline packs, the pyro cannon, the power skull and invulnerability chalice, and the Hellfire Ultrasphere. Number 29, Maga-Reimu, the second most powerful Toho variant in the mod. Dark red dress with head bow and white hair. Remember that Toho variants have a full 360 sprite, which means having full 360 vision. She is a very rare spawn and starts with 10,000 health. She moves like crazy. She can fly around at a medium speed while frequently teleporting, but her craziest maneuverability is when she fades out invisible while in an invulnerable state, and it allows her to move faster invisible before reappearing, usually nearby to flank you, or if you are somewhere else. When she gets to her enraged state, she moves a lot faster, especially when she is invisible. Thankfully, her enraged state shows her aura while she is invisible, but she is crazy fast. She has plenty of attacks and spells she can hit you with. First is the close range melee charge attack, which does high damage. Then the Infernal Skulls, which I mentioned with the Distortion Disciple, a Cacodemon variant, the dangerous high velocity of fast-moving, good homing magic projectiles that head right for you and can drain you in a few hits. Then a spread of straight and explosive dark matter shots. And throwing a bunch of homing dark matter shots. She can also summon a dark matter storm, which she can rain dark matter projectiles from above. It can even rain homing shots, which are more prevalent during her enraged state. She can also throw accelerators, which are the high-impact, explosive dark shots that she throws at a volley. The next magic spell is Dark Seal, which is a volley of slow-moving and slightly homing dark spell attacks that move in a wave pattern and hits hard. She also has two Abyssal Blade attacks. First is a full 360 spread of ground-based, wide dark blasts that continue until they hit a dead end. The second type is when the 360 Dark Blasts spread around at a much faster speed, but only reaching a limited distance until they come right back to Reimu's position. She remains still when using this attack. A Dark Beam spell, which she can fire a large dark stream. Every inch of the beam has a blast radius, so it's best to treat it like the Tormentor's Kamehameha Wave attack. It is also similar to the attack of Ouroboros, another Cacodemon variant. And the most dangerous attack is the Force Tear, which is an extremely deadly Archvile spell attack, which shows a white, red, thunderous mark around her before hitting you hard with repeated hit scan attacks. Another spell is Distortion, which can deal deadly amount of damage if she sees you when it completes. If outside her vision, but close to the spell, it casts a curse hitting you with a colorblind vision. Then when she reaches 30% health, she goes into her enraged state. While she is in this state, her attacks become stronger. For example, her infernal skulls not only fire more at a time, but now also have a wall bouncing ability, allowing them to live longer and hit you around corners behind pillars. I am going to say this right now, never fight Reimu in an open area without any solid cover present. Because of that Force Terror ability, you cannot afford to be in a solid-less area if you want to live, and you will need to be far from it if you want enough room and time to get behind something before the damage initiates. Even if she did not have that attack, you can barely survive her even with one of the legendary runes. You got to hope to have a place that is hard for her to access. That melee attack after she fades back in can get you hard, especially when she is in the enraged state, as she can literally be right next to you in just 1 second if she can reach you while faded out. If not the melee attack, any other attack is practically impossible to dodge at point-blank range. Because of her fast speed and frequent teleportation and fading in and out, the best weapon to use is the railguns, again. They're always accurate, and when your aim is good, it can do a good amount of damage. Just make sure to make your mark. Hope you are good at escaping, because if you are not fast enough when she engages the enraged state, you may be done for. So the red agility rune will help you with the speed. Maga-Reimu gets the AAA+ difficulty grade. She can drop the following: Legendary Ammo Sphere, the Power Skull and Invulnerability Chalice, the Nemesis Sphere, the Nemesis Ultra Sphere, and her exclusive drop, the Distortion Rune. Number 30 is Maga-Reimu again. Technically it is still number 29, but just 29B. Yeah, it doesn't even have a different spawn code. It is the same thing. So you may be asking, why am I showing this again? Well, the only different thing to notice is the player's upgrades. So the player has to be different, not the spawn. And the player must have a fully upgraded true legendary rune equipped. So look what happens when Reimu becomes active while you have a fully upgraded true legendary rune. Already you notice that the music is different, and she is more aggressive. Her movement is roughly the same. The major difference with her strong combat AI is that she summons 3 additional clones of herself. You may think that the clones sustain all of the attacks of her original self, but not exactly. The clones cannot do things like the Force Tear, but they do all of the projectile-based attacks, which still gives you a reason to dodge the attacks. The clones also seem to have less resistance compared to her original self. Because the full true legendary rune gives you upgraded speed, you want to use that to your advantage and stay away while you take out the clones first before re-engaging on the original. You want to make sure that the original is nowhere near your sight while you are dealing with the clones, otherwise you're going to get hit with a Force Tear from out of nowhere. The clones also do not have an enraged state, so again, don't fight the original until the clones are out of the way. Even though you never face her harder self without the full true legendary rune, that doesn't mean that she is going to be lower on the list, because you can still face the other monsters with this rune equipped. If you keep it, you never face her easier self ever again, so her difficulty is still up there. Definitely gets the S neutral grade. It doesn't matter how you fight her, she still drops the same items. Here is the hardest Toho/Weeb variant, at least without any runes. Number 30 is Mainyu. Her default form, Spenta Mainyu, is a white robe, white hair, and white wings with a pulsing light. She is one of the most rare spawns of the Cyberdemon variants, and starts with 20,000 health, which makes her one of the two variants that have the highest individual health, the other being the legendary Terminator. When she becomes active, the background changes. She's a flyer, and she may move at a slow speed, but she is similar to Reimu. She can teleport and phase in and out with invisibility, which the state allows her to go faster, and she remains invulnerable while in that state. Her movement gets even more crazy when she's in her enraged state, which I will get to later. Also like Reimu, and a lot of the hardest Cyberdemon spawns, she has a lot of attacks that she can dish out. First, in either mode, she can use the Sublimination Sword melee slash in close range. It also has a lunge charge with it. She can summon lightning vessels which have 1000 health, and can constantly shoot lightning projectiles at the player when in line of sight. The vessels also can be shot down. She can summon a bunch of lightning vessels if she wants to. In her light Spenta form, she can do the following. She can throw the white matter from the Sublimination Sword, which does a lot of damage.
First blood.
A volley spread of magic projectiles. A volley spread of bright, fast-wave projectiles that hit hard. She can also charge up a magic cluster bomb attack from her position. She can switch states occasionally, toggling to and from her second form, Mainyu, which gives her a dark appearance, replacing the bright white details with black. In this form, she can throw a spread of red dark matter shots. A unique attack she can do in this state is turn invisible and slash out magic shots around you like crazy. Another crazy attack she can do is rapid dark magic slashes that almost function like a hit scan attack, but can be stopped with sprite cover. She can also throw a spread of dark ground-based smoke projectiles. She can also summon fissures of dark matter storms and summon dark beams from the sky. Even projectiles that home onto you. She can also throw a spell, causing the player to become invisible, which doesn't help the player. Then when she nears 30% health, she pauses her combat and goes into her aggressive / enraged state. This also changes the color contrast of the player's vision. In this mode, when she fades out, not only does she go faster, but she can also fly through walls, which means running into other rooms won't help you escape. She could also temporarily get stuck if she unfades in a non-accessible area. Much like Reimu, you need to stay far away from her because close range is a death wish, especially for those deadly sword slashes. You could sidestep as a way to avoid them if she gets close. Hope you know where she is when she fades in. Those annoying lightning pods can get in the way, so either shoot them down if you can or run somewhere else where they cannot get you. They don't last forever, so they will disappear in about a minute. If she spawns a bunch, you may want to use a Devastator type of weapon. You could occasionally use sprite cover while you are far away from her while blasting with the rail guns. Yes, I cannot think of another weapon to use against these hardest boss variants besides some of the ones coming up later. You could use the DBFG if you know how to hit your mark at a mid-range. If she is in the middle of changing her form, she is not invulnerable, so then strike her the moment she does. You better hope you have enough room and the speed to travel the moment she goes into her aggressive state. Otherwise you won't be able to have enough room to get the speed to run away during her phase out state. Then again, what crazy mapper would put a Cyberdemon in a narrow level unless if they're trolling? Mainyu gets the C+ difficulty grade. She has some of the best drops in the mod. First is the Sublimination Sword, then the Power Skull and Invulnerability Chalice, Legendary Invulnerability Sphere, multiple Legendary Runes or Random Spheres, and the two best items are the Rare Terminator Sphere and the Nemesis Omega Sphere. Here it is, Slayer players. The top of the list is nigh. Number 31 is the legendary Cyberdemon. The sprite itself may not be that special. It carries the exact same sprite as the original Cyberdemon with a few changes. Golden details along with a gold aura and a gold light. It is a rare spawn and starts with approximately 7,000 health.
I have the
It is a ground unit that moves at a medium fast speed, and since it is a legendary variant, it can also teleport. A few times when it attacks, it holds an invulnerable state. The attacks include the following. In close range, it has a legendary assault shotgun.
I have awakened you.
A barrage of straight rockets and homing rockets. Charging up a volley of plasmatic rifle shots, which you should already know do deadly damage. A barrage of heavy railgun shots.
First blood. I have awaited
A barrage of round BFG shots. A barrage of BFG 10K shots.
I have awaited
And a short volley of plasma breath shots. It can also do stomps which unleash a 360 spread of ground-based projectiles. It has its own BFG 9000 shots. its own Demon Tech BFG shots, one of its most dangerous attacks is obviously charging up Demon Tech Devastator shots.
First Blood.
However, it also has an attack that is a step above, the legendary BFG projectile, which functions similar to the Devastator shot, but this time it fires way more projectiles during flight, and it is wider, and on point of impact, it emits a damage-lasting explosion. Another of its most dangerous attacks is when it deploys a shield after it takes damage. It emits a bunch of wall bouncing and slightly homing, target detecting Lost Soul projectiles that deal a lot of damage. It can also deploy the Reflection Exploding Shield, similar to the Abyssal Satyrs. And its ultimate attack is charging up a giant plasma bomb that is as potent as a nuke. As typical with many high legendaries, it attacks in combos. If you pay close attention while you are in combat with the legendary Cyberdemon, it may heal itself a few percentage amount occasionally, which is shown with a green aura. Other than that, it is one of the easier boss variants, easier than about half of the whole list, even without any legendary runes. As long as you keep your head and guard up, you can beat the legendary Cyberdemon easily in a large area that has good cover. If anything should be able to kill you, it is either the Lost Soul Shield or the Devastator type attacks. If it charges up the rifle shots, then immediately try to get ready to sidestep while firing your attacks against it because it will remain stationary while it uses that attack. Sprite cover can be very useful at a long range since it mostly uses projectile-based weapons rather than hit-scan weapons, which it barely has. Also, notice how its behavior instantly changes when it is hit with the DBFG, automatically forcing to teleport and cancel its current attack. This weapon will also affect the upcoming variants. Make sure you do not get too close to it immediately after it dies, because it emits a damaging explosion. But if you kill it while having no runes and it deploys the blue smoke instead of the yellow smoke, then consider that bad luck. Which I will touch on later. The legendary Cyberdemon gets the A- grade. Legendary variants drop many good stuff. This one can drop the following: large legendary healing orbs, legendary plasmatic box, legendary assault shotgun, legendary plasmatic rifle, legendary BFG 10k, legendary demon rune, legendary ammo sphere, legendary invulnerability sphere, legendary rune or random sphere, legendary ultra sphere, and if you are very lucky, it can also drop the true legendary ultra sphere and the true legendary rune. Number 32 is the legendary Annihilator. Basic appearance with the shape of the Annihilator, with gold details, gold aura, and a gold light. It is another rare spawn, and starts with approximately 8,000 health. It moves about the same as the legendary Cyberdemon, ground-based movement between medium and medium-fast speed, and occasionally teleporting. It usually teleports while in combat. Unsurprisingly, the legendary Annihilator is twice the threat compared to the last variant. It fires dual volleys of legendary grenades, twice the rockets and homing rockets, twice the heavy railgun barrages, Twice the legendary plasmatic rifle shots. Twice the spreads of round BFG shots. Twice the BFG 10k shots. Twice the BFG 9000 shots. Twice the Demon Tech BFG shots. Twice the Demon Tech Devastator shots. And twice the legendary BFG shots. It even retains the Stomp Shockwave. And has an improved Roaring Blast. Lastly, it charges up and fires twice the ultimate legendary bombs. Its combination attacks are even twice as long. It will usually charge up these attacks and combos before firing, which can give you time to hide away.
kneel before me.
It even retains the self-healing from the legendary Cyberdemon. "1,000 hit points higher and twice the damage you have to dodge, but that doesn't mean it is twice the difficulty. Close range with heavy shotguns is risky because of those heavy-hitting attacks, and if the legendary Annihilator teleports. So use the plasma tier weapons, especially the, well, you already know which weapon I will tell you to use." The most likely ways you are going to die are either the homing rockets, the Devastator type attacks, or the heavy railgun attacks. That is if you fool around standing still or don't stay far enough from the legendary Annihilator. Also, do not be in its line of sight when it dies, because it will fire the dual legendary BFG shots when you do, and that could get you good. It also emits the damaging explosion on its position when it finishes the death animation. Oh, and once again, if you see the blue smoke instead of yellow, consider that as bad luck, which is worse than the legendary Cyberdemon. The legendary Annihilator gets the A neutral difficulty grade. It can drop legendary healing orbs, legendary plasmatic boxes, the legendary rifle, legendary BFG 10k, invulnerability chalice, legendary demon rune, legendary ammo sphere, legendary invulnerability sphere, legendary armor, the legendary sphere, legendary ultra sphere, legendary rune or random sphere, and the true legendary ultra sphere. Disappointing how it's one step below the previous in terms of drops. Number 33 is the Nemesis Cyberdemon, a challenge compared to the last two. Dark gold with black details, black smoke, and a darkening area tone. It is a very rare spawn and starts at 13,000 health.
Despair, for I am the end of days.
It is a ground-based unit. It shifts from medium to mid-fast speed occasionally, and it has a good range of teleportation. The attacks do more damage than what the previous two could dish out. First, the close range attacks. It can do a charge stomp, it can fire the Nemesis Assault Shotgun. It is specifically used for short range but can be used in long range as well. Some shots will eventually hit.
Despair lies when you beg of me. Do not think I searched.
The volley of rockets it fires can emit a large explosive blast radius per rocket. It also fires homing rockets. Nemesis plasmatic rifle shots.
First blood.
It can also fire the Nemesis signature long-range attack, the fast dark shots. Slightly homing BFG 9000 shots, similar to the empowered BFG. And even BFG 10K shots. Charging up a volley of large explosive plasma shots.
Souls to feed. Cross!
And firing a short barrage of more dangerous explosive energy blasts that emit damaging lasting explosions. The stomps it has can emit a spread of heavy ground-based smoke projectiles. The smoke projectiles could also home in.
Despair, pathetic creatures. Blood is when you beg of me.
It can also stomp multiple times to summon a bunch of moving thunder beams around the area.
Trifle with me, worm!
stomps can also emit a 360 spread of multiple BFG 9000 shots. And the ultimate attack is to charge up the Nemesis BFG Blast that emits a bunch of projectiles that are either homing or can bounce off of walls in a few times. It can teleport right before it fires this attack as a way to flank you. Because of its high health and resistance, it is going to take a while to beat down without the regular Rune. You will need to refill on the Demon Tech ammo while fighting this thing. This is what you call a tank, or a bullet sponge. You could try to use shotguns, but that is risky because of the melee stomp. It isn't resistant to behemoth cannons, however that spread and projectile speed gives it a low hit chance.
I serve you!
You do not want to be in an open area with this thing. You always want to look for cover around it, because the most likely thing that will kill you are either the homing attacks or the BFG 10k shots, because the Nemesis shots do high damage and have random spread angles. By the way, it will have a chance to heal itself. Once you get around 50% health, it will start engaging in vulnerability states more often, and that's when you notice the Nemesis Cyberdemon healing. Then when it reaches 25% health, it will set the Nemesis Cyberdemon to engage the Enraged state. This will increase the maneuverability of the Nemesis Cyberdemon, making it move slightly faster and teleport further and more frequently, while allowing it to emit flames while on the move, and also increase the effectiveness of the attacks, increasing the fire rate and doing a better job at trying to flank you. But if you start the Nemesis Cyberdemon with the true legendary rune equipped, it will immediately go into its enraged state at the start.
I am destruction incarnate!
With the utmost focus, patience, and spending little to no time messing around while occasionally retreating to refill your vitality and ammunition, you could beat the Nemesis Cyberdemon in one go without runes. Just watch out for the teleportations while it is enraged. And watch out when it dies. It doesn't just emit a damaging explosion on its position, but also emits heavy, wall-bouncing, damage-lessening explosive projectiles all over the place. Nemesis Cyberdemon gets the double A- difficulty grade. Because it is one of the last ones you are supposed to face, it has many drops, including some of the rarest drops. The Nemesis Healing Orbs, Nemesis Shells and Shell Boxes, Nemesis Plasmatic Packs and Boxes, the Nemesis Assault Shotgun, the Nemesis Sawed-Off Shotgun, the Nemesis Plasmatic Cannon, the Nemesis Plasmatic Rifle, Nemesis BFG, Nemesis Ultrasphere, the Nemesis Fragment, the Power Skull and Invulnerability Chalice, Legendary Ammo Sphere, Legendary Demon Rune, Legendary Rune or Random Sphere, and the True Legendary Rune. Now we can get to this one. Number 34 is the True Legendary Cyberdemon. The weak version. Yes, I said that. The weak version, which means there's still a stronger version. Getting this one requires the legendary Cyberdemon specifically. Also, you may want to use an explosive weapon on its death location to initiate the actual summoning process if the scripted arch files don't work. Whether it automatically summons or not, I hope you have gathered everything to get ready to fight it before it appears. Do not waste the lengthy time the summoning process gives you. You may also want to avoid the lightning strikes, the beams, and the flames that appear. It has the similar appearance of the Cyberdemon, but with added spikes, a core on the forehead, and the center of its chest with blue details, blue aura, and blue light. It is one of the most rare spawns, as it requires a chance for the death of a legendary Cyberdemon, and it starts with approximately 9,000 health. Does its movement increase? Well, it doesn't fly, yet it does seem to move slightly faster, and its teleportation range is much wider. That's just one reason why it's harder. First of the two biggest reasons why it is dangerous, the bigger one, is the attacks it can dish out. What does it retain from its previous form, and what new tricks does it have? It has a close range stomp attack, it has a volley of rockets, volley of homing spiraling rockets, volleys of cannonballs and homing cannonballs, a volley of homing heavy plasma shots, cluster spreads of homing and wall-bouncing legendary plasmatic cannon shots, volleys of wall-bouncing homing behemoth cannon shots, volleys of legendary plasmatic rifle shots, volleys of heavy railgun shots, even while teleporting, volleys of BFG 10K shots, BFG 9000 shots, and Demon Tech BFG shots, which it only does in combos. Demon Tech Devastator shots, and the legendary BFG shots, which have lasting damaging explosions. This time the roar is much more dangerous. It uses the same Kamehameha wave attack that the legendary Tormentor uses, a beam with a large blast radius. The multi-stomp shockwave that emits ground-based trails in a 360 manner, and it is more aggressive. A stomp that emits spikes around itself. It can even emit spikes on the player's location multiple times in a moment. It can summon sky fissures of moving meteor showers. It can even spawn lightning strikes around itself. Remember that attack of the legendary Cyberdemon that unleashes a spread of bouncing, lost soul projectiles all over the place? Well, it has that, except worse. It can even do this when it takes damage. Spawning shadow clones of itself that fire some of the attacks at you when you are in line of sight. Whether it is the BFG 10K shots, or the barrage of heavy railgun shots, or even the legendary BFG shots. Can also hold an invulnerability state while announcing and summoning sky beams that fire moving flames that last for a minute, even emitting spikes during the storm. One of its more rare abilities is summoning a group of exiles as minions. And it also has the ultimate attack, the giant nuclear explosive plasma bomb. Then when it reaches near half health, it will commit a mass summon, including starting with 5 legendary cyber nobles, then other legendary demons. So that is the bigger half a reason why it is dangerous. Now the second half largest reason why it is dangerous. Because of its resistance. You know how I always say that the weapon you should use is the demon tech or explosive railguns? Well, this time, you cannot use those railguns anymore. Just like how most enemies are resistant to the behemoth cannons, this enemy is resistant to the railguns, whether it is immune or reduces the damage from them. So you are forced to use something else. You could barely damage it with the explosive railgun. The regular railgun would have more of an effect to it. In fact, it is resistant to multiple weapons. Most of them from the Plasma tier, BFG tier, and Rocket tier weapons. So the best weapon to use is the Demon Tech rifle when it is vulnerable. Hope you actually took the time to pick up the items it dropped on its first form before this thing spawned, because there's a high chance you are going to need them. If you don't have any runes before fighting this thing, consider yourself unlucky. Oh, and by the way, it can also heal itself on certain moves, like its Meteor Shower and Beam Strike attack. If it summons the exile minions, the best way to deal with them are the Devastator class weapons that deal in crowd control. If you don't have the Demon Tech rifle or the explosive weapons on top of not having any runes, that is practically game over, especially since it usually spams invulnerability state attacks. The best chance you have to deal with it is to do this. Gather the recommended weapons, constantly retreat, occasionally save mid-run, and always stay in a safe area when you are saving, then go back with the Demon Tech rifle to gun it down. Make sure you always run for cover, otherwise that spike spell attack will get you, even after you hide behind something, which works like the Abyssal Satyr's annoying spike spell. When it summons the minions, you may just want to either go into another room with a doorway small enough for the weaker variants to get through so you can deal with them one at a time with the explosive shotgun, or blow them away with the Devastator based attack. I recommend the alt fire of the DBFG. If you use the Devastator, then you are going to use up your ammo for the Demon Tech rifle. Speaking of the DBFG, if you hit the true legendary cyber demon with any attack of the DBFG, even when it is invulnerable, it will automatically teleport and interrupt its attack. So don't try using any individual shots on it. Sometimes the DBFG forces enemies, especially the cyber demons, to act strange. When you kill it, not only will it emit the lasting damaging explosions, but also a nuclear explosion. The weak True Legendary Cyberdemon gets the double S- difficulty grade. Yes, that is the weak version. We still have yet to cover the strong version. Since it is an upgrade, you are guaranteed to get better and twice the items. It can drop including almost every legendary item on the book. legendary orbs, legendary bullets and bullet boxes, legendary shells and shell boxes, legendary plasma cells and plasma boxes, legendary assault shotgun, legendary coach gun, legendary light machine gun, legendary plasmatic rifle, legendary plasmatic cannon, legendary BFG and BFG 10K, the legendary saber, the invulnerability chalice, legendary armor, legendary sphere, legendary power sphere, legendary time freeze sphere, legendary ammo sphere, legendary BFG upgrade, legendary power shard, legendary rune or random sphere, the true legendary ultra sphere, and the true legendary rune. Number 35 is the true legendary Cyberdemon, the stronger version. How is it spawned for real? Well, if the weaker version has a small chance to spawn after the death of a legendary Cyberdemon, which is indicated by the blue smoke, the stronger version is spawned from a small chance after the death of a legendary Annihilator, again indicated by the blue smoke. Once again, explosive damage on its death location will fully guarantee the spawn to start. Again, you may want to stay clear away from all the strikes going on. This is the true, for real, legendary Cyberdemon. It has the same sprite as the previous. Also, there is no true legendary Annihilator here. It is one of the most rare spawns and starts with approximately 10,000 health. The movement is the same as its weaker version. Medium fast speed, but with active teleportation, especially during combat. Are the attacks the same? Well, I'm only gonna list the new attacks that it does. Not only can it do a deadly stomp, but also, this time when it is up close, it will do a lunge stomp that will emit a deadly nuclear explosion. It can also fire more of the true legendary BFG shots. Other than that, with the nuclear explosions added to some of its ultimate combos, the attacks are practically the same. You are just going to spend a whole lot longer trying to take this thing down. of the noticeable things that are different from the weak version is that this one has 1,000 health more, and it holds a reflection state for the most part, which means that the projectile-based weapons will on occasion be less than useless. Pro tip, the explosive minigun and the shotguns don't count as projectiles, so you could use those. However, you can still use the regular railgun, granted if you have the damage output, doing 50 damage, and that's with the damage rune. One thing with the reflection state, even though it may throw some projectiles back, it still takes some damage without the invulnerable state. Besides that, not only do you have to deal with backing off when in an invulnerable state, you also have to use something else when its reflection state is up as well, if you don't want to get your shots fired at you, potentially doing damage to yourself. So then you would have to dodge your own attacks in addition to the true legendary Cyberdemon's attacks. It is just one grade above its weaker version, getting a double S neutral grade. Again, watch out when it dies. It does a nuclear explosion and a lasting damaging explosion on its death location. The drops are the exact same as the weak version, all 26 plus beautiful items including the two best true legendary items, the Ultrasphere and Rune. Here is the final boss of the original legendaries. Number 36 is the legendary Cardinal. Shape of the Cyberdemon torso and up, floating with blue fire and idle flame sounds. Has gold skin with blue details, with a gold aura and gold light. It is one of the rarest Cyberdemon spawns, and starts with approximately 10,000 health. The legendary Cardinal is a flyer. It may not be that fast, but it can teleport even with attack combos. can see you from all angles. The attacks are what makes it deadly. First, the basic attacks, then the special attacks. Volleys of rockets, volleys of homing rockets, here's a new one, volleys of saber slashes, which have a pushing force. Volleys of legendary plasmatic rifle shots. Heavy railgun shots. And volleys of BFG 10K shots. The plasmatic cannon clusters that emit legendary plasmatic cannon projectiles.
First blood.
Demon Tech BFG shots. Demon Tech Devastator shots. Legendary BFG shots. New attack, an Archvile Lightning Strike that has a very short delay before it hits. And the legendary Power Bomb. It even uses shadow clones. Then when it gets to low health, at least down to 35%, it will mass summon a bunch of legendaries, including multiple heavies like the Hell Nobles, Behemoths, Tormentors, Revenants, multiple zombies, souls, imps, and etc. Remember, Demon Tech Devastator shots are not to be confused with legendary BFG shots. Legendary BFG shots emit a lasting explosion, while DTD shots emit a blast radius and spread projectiles on point of impact. Let me touch on the legendary Power Bomb that he and the previous legendaries can throw. This attack is only threatening if you are in an area with no doors and no solid cover big enough to get behind. It gives you way more than enough time to run, hide, retreat, recover, resupply, and stay safe in another room. And when you hear that large explosion, that's basically the mod telling you, okay, you can come back now. But still, just wait until the smoke clears. One thing that I will have to tell you is that you always have to be right next to solid cover so that you will always have enough time to avoid getting hit by that Thunderstrike hit scan attack. There is like a half-second delay before it hits, so you get one attack that takes a minute to launch and another attack that takes a second to land. Now for when you encounter and battle it, you should at this point have at least all 3 legendary runes. You should be fast enough to be able to move to another location or getting behind the right sized cover. You don't have to worry about the railgun immunities, which is why the difficulty grade is lower than the previous 2, but that will change soon. Once those legendary minions come in, get those high tier BFG weapons ready, specifically those that are Devastator class. The minions have less resistances than the legendary Cardinal. They are also not the same as their original spawns, as they use alternate codes, and they not only don't play their songs, but also most of them don't drop all of their items. Some of them may be slightly weaker too. Use the Devastator shots or the alt fire of the DBFG, or if you are feeling lucky, use the explosive super shotgun when they get up close. When you are done dealing with all the minions in your way, finish the Legendary Cardinal with a Demon Tech Railgun. The Legendary Cardinal, in this state, gets the AAA+ difficulty grade. The reason why I say in this state is because when you kill him, no items. It will immediately go to its next state, which I will cover right now. Number 37 is the true Legendary Cardinal, the final form of the final boss of the original Legendary Complex DooM mod set. The appearance is an upgrade from the previous form. Gold, blue details, gold and blue aura and light, with gold cores on the chest and forehead, and shoulder spikes. The rarity is the same as the Legendary Cardinal and starts with approximately 11,000 health. Combined, that makes it practically 21,000. The movement is roughly similar, flight shifting between medium and fast speed paired up with moderate range teleportation. Since it has two arm cannons, you would expect it to fire at least twice of what the previous form has, which it does and more. What does it retain with twice the power? It has volleys of rockets and homing rockets. Volleys of heavy plasma shots, including homing shots. Remember, these explosions directly hit your health, piercing through even legendary tier armor. Volleys of heavy railgun shots. Volleys of plasmatic rifle shots. Volleys of BFG 10K shots. A higher number of plasmatic cannon clusters. Demon Tech BFG shots. BFG 9000 shots in combos. Demon Tech Devastator shots. Legendary BFG shots. True legendary BFG shots. Area lightning strikes. And 2 ultimate legendary power bombs. One of its ultimate attacks is spinning around firing round BFG shots that spread all over the place and can also home onto the player. When it reaches 75% health, it does a mass summon of legendaries like last time. It does a thunderstorm whenever it does a mass summon. 50% health, it does a mass summon of legendary bosses like the legendary Tormentors, Cyberdemons, and Sentients. Then, when it reaches 30% health, it will go into its enraged phase, which unleashes an explosive storm and gives itself a reflection state. Then it throws more different attacks, even improves on what it has. It can also now fire attacks regardless if you are behind walls or not, which means that its shots can land on you if you peek out your head at the wrong time, including attacks like dual homing plasmatic rifle shots, dual homing round BFG shots, a wide spread of heavy railgun shots, a wide spread of Demon Tech BFG shots, it can also throw spreads and volleys of iconic attacks from previous legendary enemies, including the legendary Imp's Tracer Ball, the wall-bouncing energy boomerangs from the legendary Fiend, the legendary Redeemer's wall-bouncing and slight-homing Thunderballs, the legendary Noble's fast-moving, wave-emitting explosive plasma projectiles, and the rapid-exploding legendary Behemoth shots. The most threatening thing about this boss is when your game performance drops from that spinning BFG storm attack that it does. So many particles fill the area, and if they are in front of you, then your game is going to lag hard and get you killed. The legendary minions can also summon their own non-boss minions themselves too. One thing to not worry about when the true legendary Cardinal summons legendary minions, even if it summons bosses, the boss tier minions themselves cannot summon extra legendary enemies. Only non-boss enemies can be summoned. So only the legendary Cardinal itself can summon legendaries, minus the legendary Tormentor with a chance after death to spawn a legendary soul. reminder about the legendary minions. They have different spawn codes, which is why all of them don't drop the same items, mostly just orbs, and they don't play their soundtracks when present, except some of the boss variants. If they do drop some special items, pick them up so you can try to use them against the true Cardinal. Like with many other hard bosses, if you don't have another place to retreat to, then you are very likely going to get killed by those plasmatic cannon shots, or the Devastator class beams, and the homing projectiles if not being overwhelmed by multiple legendary minions. Having another room where it has little to no room to get through is your best bet. You also want to constantly save your game every time you land some hits on it. The Vitality and Agility rune can help you avoid those attacks and evade the true legendary Cardinal itself. Whenever you are in combat, do not get up close and personal more than 10% of the time. As for taking it down, again, hope you have at least 3 of those base runes, those demon tech weapons, and the non-legendary Devastator class weapons like the DBFG. Always time your shots right when being next to cover. Don't go out in the open or you are going to get hit hard. Every 25% of its health is like a separate phase. Damage it, then face a wave. Damage, wave. Damage, then it powers up. Again, let the weaker minions come to you in a place where the true Cardinal cannot reach. Once you manage to kill it, run. Run far and get behind something. One thing to note, if you take it down and haven't dealt with all the minions, they don't die along with it, so you are going to have to finish off the minions before getting to the dead Cardinal itself. The true legendary Cardinal gets the double S+ difficulty grade. It drops the most stuff Here's the following: large healing orbs, legendary bullet box, legendary shells and shell boxes, legendary plasma cells and plasma boxes, legendary assault shotgun, legendary coach gun, legendary machine gun, legendary plasmatic rifle, legendary plasmatic cannon, legendary BFG, legendary BFG 10K, legendary saber, the invulnerability chalice, legendary armor, the legendary sphere, legendary power sphere, legendary time freeze sphere, legendary demon rune, the legendary shard, legendary BFG upgrade, the true legendary ultra sphere, and the true legendary rune. It's not over. The true legendary Cardinal was only the final boss of the legendary complex set. I didn't say it was the final random boss of this mod set. This is it, Slayer players. The hardest spawn above all other variants in the CCF mod. Not counting the script bosses, by the way. Number 38, the Hellfire Cyberdemon. The Diablo of the whole entire mod. Jet black skin, hell red details, emitting a flame aura and light. It is a mostly rare spawn and starts at 17,000 health, which is the second highest individual health of all the variants. If you encounter this as your first Cyberdemon spawn, consider your run dead and done. The background changes when it becomes active. Just because this one doesn't fly like the previous, doesn't mean that it isn't the hardest Cyberdemon spawn. Depending on the situation, it can move on the ground at a medium speed, fast speed, very fast, or during special requirements, extreme speed. And it also has a good range of teleportation. Its teleportation can flank you easy if you don't have good senses. The Hellfire Cyberdemon's attacks are what you get when you pair up an extreme fire rate with high level damage. It has the most deadly and hard to avoid attacks. In short range, it can do a stomp that has a high pushback and does high damage. The second short-range attack is the Demon Tech Shotgun. It can also throw volleys of heavy fireballs, heavy homing fireballs, volleys of explosive rockets emitting an explosive wave, even homing ones. rockets that emit a wide spread of damaging flames, volley spreads of the famines, homing and wall-bouncing light and heavy skull projectiles, a volley of lost souls that are fast-moving, slightly homing projectiles that emit fireballs that hit the ground on impact, volleys of heavy railgun shots, volleys of BFG 10K shots, one of its most deadly attacks, volleys of hot rod slugs, a heavy volley of Hellfire cluster bombs that emit a large 360 spread of fireballs upon impact, hell hands that emit from the ground that block your path, similar to spikes. Stomps that unleash spreads of ground-based projectiles, even homing ones. And heavy ground-based homing projectiles. A 360 spread of Hellhand exploding trails. It even has the pyro cannon. And a player area targeting spell, indicated by seeing the word Run, burning fire that launches the player. Since it is a player-coordinated spell and not a hit scan, this makes it worse than the Archvile attacks, as it can hit you regardless of whether it sees you or not. Sometimes the location-based spell unleashes some hell hands from the ground. Another ultimate attack is a Hellfire Storm. During certain moves or on its own, it can summon a bunch of flames that slowly move all over the place that last for a while. In addition to summoning flames, it can also emit moving meteor showers and hand explosions from the ground, and projectiles, even with the classic exploding trails. Also, damaging the Hellfire Cyberdemon can also cause it to emit blobs of lava around it that deal damage if you come in contact with it. They expire after a moment. Another thing, by the way, it can emit bouncing fireballs from itself while setting itself on a reflection state. It can also heal itself while doing this. That wide spread of fireballs is an ultimate attack, which includes Soulstorm projectiles and homing fireballs. It can do an instant mass summon. Minions include Pyro Demons, Bruiser Demons, Hellfire Barons, Offrits, and Hellfire Revenants, while summoning moving flames around it. It also has boss-level minions. It can summon 2 former Cyberdemon spawns, the 2 Inferno Demons, one that is dark orange and the other Hellfire red, and both of their attacks hit hard. For the red one, 6 heavy fast-moving fireballs. Some can be different types of sprites. And 6 heavy fast-moving homing fireballs, the Behemoth Seeker Comets. It also throws one of the attacks of the Hellfire Cyberdemon, the Heavy Spread Cluster Fireball. For the orange one, not only does it throw 6 fireballs and homing fireballs, but also a spread of heavy ground-based projectiles, some that home in. A larger spread of straight fire trails, and a large spread of exploding trails. It can also cast what looks like a fire trap spell on your location, but for some reason does no damage, except for the initial explosion. For those 2 minions, taking them down with a Demon Tech Railgun with the base legendary rune, each shot takes away 10% health. Similar to many Cyberdemon variants, they have resistances to many weapons, like the rocket launchers and behemoth cannons. They both drop the same items, the Ultra Sphere, Demon Tech boxes, and gasoline packs. First thing, as I've said before, should you ever encounter this thing, you should at least have all 3 runes or the true legendary rune. I never recommend fighting this thing without any runes. And if you do fight it without any runes, consider yourself extremely unlucky. This Diablo-esque beast is even hard with a regular true legendary rune, starting with 500 health and legendary armor. Its difficulty of termination also makes it hard, not just because it can heal itself on certain attacks, but it also heals itself by 10 points as long as it's not in combat. And also because, guess what? You cannot damage it with any of the railguns, but you can use them on the minions. Now, I have always said to avoid using legendary weapons on boss variants and legendary spawns, but the Hellfire Cyberdemon's minions, at least the smaller ones, are fortunately not immune to the legendary weapons, so use them to your liking, especially the legendary BFG 10K's Alt Fire. That works well. That legendary BFG 10K's Alt-Fire attack can wipe them out in a short time. You can also use the Devastator on the minions, even though it uses your Demon Tech ammo that you're supposed to use on the Hellfire Cyberdemon. However, never, I repeat, never use the DBFG, because if you land a hit on the Hellfire Cyberdemon with it, whether the regular fire or the alt fire, it will flip out and start rapidly teleporting and blasting everything at you all over the place like the enraged legendary Sentient. It is debatably worse than the enraged Sentient because you cannot see where it is, and the attacks are everywhere. So avoid using the DBFG. The weapon you want to use is mostly the Demon Tech rifle. If there's ever a time when you should get into close range, use the explosive super shotgun. That is your best bet. But for everything else, the Demon Tech rifle. as for surviving it, take all of the survival tips from all the other monsters that I've talked about, minus the enemies that phase through walls, and set all of them to max. The retreating, reloading, resupplying, recovering, staying next to cover, staying next to areas where the enemy cannot access, also dodging and moving fast the whole time, and also carefully aiming and firing your weapon at the right moment, as well as having the right weapon pulled out at the right time for the right situation. Don't get reckless. All of those items that you have picked up from all the boss variants, whether it is the Invulnerability Chalice, Power Skull, Power Sphere, and the Legendary Ammo Sphere or whatever, this is the enemy that you should be using the power-ups against, as it is the right opportunity. If you have been saving the invulnerability spheres, then this thing is the right time to use them. If you touch the invulnerability immediately, go short range and use the explosive super shotgun. The Doom Sphere or Power Skull enhances only the damage, so it is best to pair it up with an invulnerability item. This would help much better if you have the Sublimination Sword and use the White Matter attack while also using the Ammo Sphere. Oh, and also, every time you successfully chop down some of his health, save after you retreat. When you have enough patience with all of that, you can successfully have a victory over this Diablo of a Cyberdemon. Again, like with all the high tier bosses, watch out when it dies. It will do one last trick. Hellfire Cyberdemon gets the top spawn difficulty rank of SSS. Disappointingly, it doesn't drop much. However, it does have an exclusive item. It has the Demon Tech Shotgun, Pyro Cannon, Invulnerability Chalice, Legendary Rune or Random Sphere, Hellfire Ultra Sphere, the Armageddon Sphere, and the Hellfire Scroll, which transforms you into a lesser Hellfire Cyberdemon and has about half of the attacks available. Now people would ask what grade I would give the actual final bosses of this mod, the two forms of the Nemesis Patriarch. The first form would get the SSS-, and the final form, the Vexed Nemesis Patriarch, which its mere presence and aura close up does damage, gets the SSS+ grade. That is it. That is all the Cyberdemon spawn variants for this mod, and all of the enemy types for this whole series. It has been a long, wild ride. I might have another series to find, but mostly reserved for Doom maps or something. I know some people are expecting me to cover the upgrade to this mod. However, now that this series is done, I can now focus on different projects, including creating custom maps for Proteus, and to talk about my favorite custom Proteus maps. So to all of you great Slayer players out there, keep ripping and tearing demons, and have a great life.